Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. As always, kicking things off with Bitcoin here. So we're just kind of holding the range here. Not a lot has changed since yesterday, not even the speech last night from Mr. Powell. We're pretty much trapped in between where we have the ascending trend line here, which is the one that we're really looking to hold at the moment on the weekly time frame, highlighted here in blue, and then the one here. So this is basically our range in here, and whichever direction we see our break in, that's where we're going. So if we break in here, if we're breaking below this one right here with volume, and make sure that you incorporate volume into the equation here, then likely we'd be coming down here towards the 80,000. Also, there was the golden pocket that was down below here too, because we're essentially giving up on the weekly support that we're currently holding in here, which again is here. We see this ascending blue line over here, and I'll take you over to the weekly time frame and take a look at that again. Today we've looked at it quite a bit, but that, yeah, we took the liquidity over the trend line right here, which is why you see this piece here outside of the marker. That was the third touch, I believe, or the first touch after creating the trend line. So it's the first one there, and this is the second one. Yesterday we were talking about it. Really wanted to see price hold here at the golden pocket. We got our first initial bounce here off the golden pocket, and then we kind of swept over it a little bit in here. So I'm just gonna be done with this here. You probably could still use this right here, but essentially for me, once we're giving up on that trend line there, then they're really I don't support the idea of us going higher if we're doing that. That trend line seems that I cut some stuff off here. Let me just do it like so. Okay. So this is our trend line right here, the one that I have highlighted in blue on that 4-hour time frame. This is the one here that we're looking to hold. And we're looking to hold it because we're looking for, again, the repeat of this process over here, where we held it in here and we got the break up. And like I said, I did post on this. We've been talking about it here on the channel for for quite a while now. But I did post on it last week, the end of last week, or Saturday. Yeah, the end of last week. And we failed on this one. This was the one about 2 months back that I was saying that price was more likely to come down into here, about 3 months back actually. But when we got here, we failed on that one. And so this is 120. And I made a mistake when I posted on it, so please forgive me. It's not the 200, it is the 120. And I started using 120 because I noticed a lot of major cap were returning to the 120 as opposed to the 200. So that's that here. So once this is gone, which is also, we'll take a look here, slightly different. I can see why we didn't hold it here off of the monthly time frame, as opposed to the 26th here. So if we're losing this, we can look for another bounce off of the 26 here, which at the moment is at 82,184. Otherwise, I'll be looking here at the golden pocket to see if we can't get a bounce here, or if we would have to do some sort of an SFP, as if the market takes the liquidity from here and then continue up. I don't really favor the latter. I don't favor us sweeping the liquidity per se, as opposed to holding. But if we could get that, great. If not, you see how we did it over here when we absolutely lost the 26. It was just our continuation move down. And of course, this is where I'm looking at for us to bottom out here at the golden pocket. Golden pocket, as well as the 60 EMA here. Typically, price would come back into the 786, 0.886, in between, either hold the 786 or somewhere in between the two of these right here. Going below the VWAP band 1 and then recovering back up. That's typically what Bitcoin does. But based on my indicator, if it holds true, then we would stay within here. We wouldn't see us falling below here, at least not falling below 50,000. which I deem as fair value for Bitcoin anyway. We wouldn't fall below that. If we're doing anything more than that, the RSI is absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. And the worst crash in history is about to happen, okay? With Bitcoin, I'm telling you right now, the worst crash in Bitcoin is about to happen. If we're doing anything like this right here, this will be kind of harsh. This would be kind of harsh. That would be really, really harsh. This go round, it would be really, really harsh to not maintain here. Already at a 52 read on the RSI, and every cycle Bitcoin's price drops lower on the RSI. The RSI drops lower, 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 lower. It's never been in weakness. It's been neutral to euphoric, but never in weakness. And beyond this point here, I mean, when price comes into here, we're already in weakness. Imagine what your read would have to be for something like this. It would be terrible. It will be terrible. I already have this idea in my head. Every time I see the little rainbow chart, the Bitcoin is in a rounding top formation and it's getting ready to dump. That's always in my head whenever I see the little rainbow chart. Has always been that way. So I hate the rainbow chart. Yeah. So want to hold, want to continue to hold here. I could adjust this trend line now to here. I'm going to do it real quick, but then I'm going to put it back. Then I'm going to put it back. That's how I have it organically. Okay, so that nope, like that. You know, we'll leave the adjustment. We'll leave the adjustment. Yeah, we'll leave the adjustment since everything aligns there. And of course, if we're getting the bounce up, the idea was that we would probably put in some sort of a head and shoulder formation. And then that would bring us down into here. No, not that one, but I did sort out the path on that one as well from that side. And so this is how I was looking at it here. And I did put a measure move on it based on that low to this in here, which put us slightly below this point here. But I'm not looking for us to take out this low. I'm not looking for price to take out that low, which is why I'm saying 50K for Bitcoin. And that's what it's looking like for me. In the meantime and in between time, let me see. Let me turn this off here. Hide all my noise. We've got some pretty decent support in here for now. Getting back up above this trend line, that was one of the crucial things going into the weekend, but you can see how we got the rejection in here. This is also where we have the monthly. My two lines here is based off of the wick high on the monthly and the body close on the monthly. And so that's what these two lines in here are. The volume is basically between 100,000, 85,000, which, you know, this was in line with the golden pocket, 80,000. So 80,000, 85, 95, and 100,000, your largest volume areas. And that is in terms of the capital and not using VRVP or your volume over time. It's not that sort of volume. This is capital, how much money is actually sitting into the market. And those are your biggest points right there. 70 is starting to grow rapidly, but that's fine because we're already looking towards 50K. 50K in the overhaul, in the long run. 50K is what I'd be saying. I don't really have anything to plot otherwise in here, because again, basically price is And let's adjust this one over here. Ta-da. See if let's put that on the daily. I haven't rebooted my PC, so it's lagging. It's lagging. So I'm just going to adjust this for, come on, for that too. Yeah. Let me get rid of this. You are here because I'm not sure, but that would be wrong anyway. And it would have been. And I don't need that anyway. Let me just delete that. We're not there. We're nowhere near there. And I think this was my 4 hour, yeah, 4 hour chart. Okay, and so even though I adjusted this line right here, you start to, I mean, the volatility range again is between here, between about this 85 up to this point right here. At least on the 4 hour time frame, the volatility range is between here. Then we drop there. We'll have to start looking down, but hopefully we're managing to hold in here. I did. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we might be able to hold right here. We might be able to. Um, ooh, never mind. Never mind. Um, oh, okay. Lagging, lagging. Just so you can see that again. So you see what the 85K is right here, the golden pocket. I just wanted to keep some of the noise off the chart here. All right, so that's going to be Bitcoin between 85,000 and wherever, price meets this descending trend line in here. Wherever price meets that. You need to draw that. That's there. Those last two pivot points there for Bitcoin. Um Let me just check the EMAs and just see where we're sitting at. So yeah, the 200 EMA is running across this trend line through here. So doesn't look too glorious right now. Doesn't look too glorious. And I'm gonna jump off of Bitcoin for a sec and take us over here to Zcash, because it's one that I've been watching here, of course. Okay, I don't. It doesn't look like we quite tapped. Let me see what that low is. 314.65. So we didn't quite tap into that VWAP. And so what I was saying, but we did hit the return here off that monthly time frame. So you know what I say to you, whenever you're in peak euphoria, especially when you're highly deviated from standard deviation 2, you're going to come back into standard deviation 2 at some point. So when your correction happens, that's what you're going to be looking for price to make its way all the way back down there. And it just so happens VWAP also happens to be down here. And this is over the life of Zcash. That's the VWAP I'm looking at. Over the lifespan of Zcash, as far as I can see it from the Binance chart, that's the VWAP there. This zone right here is, the place in which when I paired Zcash against the BTC, that's where it first met resistance at against Bitcoin, and one of its probably strongest support zones right here. So lose that, lose this in here, then I'm going to have to look down here towards 198 next. Because it can stay within harmony, right? It can stay within what I a lot of times we refer to as the trap. We're seeing a little bit of a reaction right here. I'm not in any sort of a Zcash position right now. I'm going to give it time for the chart to um, change market structure again. I don't want to catch the bottom on this one. I just don't. I just don't. But if it had if it had crossed over VWAP, I would have entered. I would have entered then, um, or tapped into the level right here. But it didn't do that. It did not do that. It front ran me, so I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Not right now. But ascending broadening top formation, I did measure this out with you. The ascending top broadening formation would put Zcash down here around 90 something bucks. Also, if we did the measure move for the double top, that would also put Zcash down here around 90 something bucks. Just so you know, when I said I'm not saying that Zcash is going to do that. Not saying that Zcash is going to do that. I just put it in the atmosphere in case something like that were to happen. If we were to get a bounce up right now, I mean, it fell straight through this this level right here, this low. I will look for it to come back and reject there. You have the 370, you have the 425. I will look forward to reject from one of those at some point if it does find some strength to get the push back up. But right now, yeah, we just crossed below standard deviation 2 on the monthly for the monthly time frame. All right, I'm put that on actually so you can actually see it as opposed to my lines. If it stops giving me a hard time, but that's the double top measured move, as you can see down here about 90. And also for the broadening formation here, I think that they lined up perfectly together. No, not that one. That was the old one. That's the smallest point. That's me drawing it from here to here. That's what I did with that one. And then that's the larger one right here. And that's from the open mouth here, the back end. That's that drawing right there from the back end. The point from the point where it actually touched the trend line down. That's that. And they both measure out together. That I mean, it makes it seem more likely. But just so we're aware-ish, just so we're aware. That's basically all I'm trying to do right there. Hide the drawings, put us on the monthly. Slap on the BBs. Slap on the BBs. You see. That's where you're at. Coming back below standard deviation 1. Terrible candle back there. But this is to be expected. I mean, that major pump off of, here for Zcash, that just makes sense. But I mean, that's just what you're going to do. You're outside of here. At some point, you're going to come back in. You just are. It's not an if question. It's a when question. When do you actually fall back underneath that? Just like over here. Beautiful. Stay outside. At some point, you're going to come back and you're going to meet your maker. That's what happened there. And you see what 92 is, right? So that pretty much lined up with, I don't have that one on. Let me do that real quick. Sorry, you're gonna have to be able to see through this noise. See that? 20 SMA and the measured move. So just something to keep in mind. Not saying it happened, just saying something to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Something to keep in mind for the cash. Never mind this X over here. I was doing this was a couple of weeks back. I did show you that a couple of weeks back, but I don't even know if the stuff is still in here. Probably yeah, it got deleted. It was deleted. All right, back to the daily. Below standard deviation to the downside right now. VWAP again, it's everything we're looking at, just seeing it now from this time frame. And if we get a bounce up, then this is what I'll be looking for, because usually you might get trapped in between here. Like I said, I'll be looking for price to come back up, um, back testing here about 425. You might have a little bit of a hassle right here around 370, but at least market structure will change a little bit on the lower time frame if something like that was happening, at least on the, let's see, maybe like let me turn that off now. Yeah, it's almost makes me think it's an ending, some sort of an ending diagonal. I looked at this. I looked at it last night, but no, I don't like it like that. Makes me think it's some sort of an ending diagonal, though. We'll have to put the wicks back in here, or you're just waiting for some sort of a closure. No, I don't like that either. Some sort of a closure outside of this, because you haven't had one. But yeah, it does resemble like some sort of an ending diagonal. That's what it resembles. Okay, so maybe I just set it like that. No, I'll leave it like that. Yeah, well, I'll just leave it like this. And once I see it actually close outside of this trend line, green candle outside this trend line on the 1 hour time frame, then maybe, maybe it gets more of a pump up, even back into this trend line here. But I'm really looking here. The 786 is just below here. I don't have that turned on, but the 786 is just below here. And I'm on Zcash right now simply because it has a little bit more structure right now than Biddy. All right, so the 786 is right here, and because it's still falling, so 786 there at 307. All right, that's going to be Zcash. I was looking at see some of the other privacy coins in here. Haven't really looked back at this one. Haven't looked back at Dash. I was looking at Monero. Let me get to it. Yeah, I was looking at Monero here. This is a older trend line right here on Monero. Let me put it on the 4 hour. Help make sense of all of this a little bit more. These are all the rays I have lined out for it. Now Monero did hit major resistance right here. So anything in between here and here, I don't really see Monero performing outside of this point right here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe give it some time and it can do that. But yeah, here it looks like it's a cap out. It would be a cap out for it in here, and it did hit this. And I took this from a 6-month time frame. I think that's what I did here. Keep this visual and you actually, let me just turn these off. Yeah, I took this from the 6 month right here. So I don't really see it all up in the atmosphere like that. So that's what that is. And I don't see Monero falling below this line right here because it hasn't. It hasn't ever fallen below this right here. So that's there. If you wanted to, if you're into Monero and you wanted to map Monero out, this is your low with all things considered. All things considered. Um, and I just had this on a daily. And let me take this off. I think I had this on the daily. Okay. Take that off of that. Put these rays back on. Could come back. This line is old. You can see where it broke it the first time, but I'm just going to keep them on here in case price comes down below them, comes back test them, and see some sort of a rejection. But you could potentially look for a bounce right in here, on Monero, some sort of a bounce in here. And if you don't, then feast your eyes towards this one. That is what I would do. Start to look down towards this one, but it's overvalued. It's overvalued in my opinion. So I don't know. Like I said, I look down here towards 331. This is overvalued. I mean, you can play with it for trading, but it's overvalued. So maybe 331, something like that. I'm gonna move down. Well, like I said, look for a bounce somewhere in here, but I wouldn't. No, no, and all no's. But aside of that, let's see. Mm. It's giving it some time to load. Sorry, I'm gonna have to refresh this PC today. It's just a 26 EMA right here off of the daily time frame. Which, in all fairness, price hasn't really given two hoots about. So, below the 20 SMA in here. Yeah, I would look down here. I would just look down here. Bollinger Band is your friend. I'm telling you, Bollinger Bands are your friend. Don't hold here. That's where you have your SD1. Be looking down here, right? SD2. It doesn't look like it would get an expansion, so it would be a good place to take a position from at that point. But if you see it anywhere back up here, it can make for a great short. Anywhere back up in here would make for a great short. I don't know that it comes back up to that right now. Yeah. This is well outside of euphoria, like way outside of euphoria. It's crazy. It's overvalued. But I was watching that. Let's see. Nothing new to Solana. Nothing at all. Market really is just going sideways, just walking sideways. Close that out. Today's Tuesday. We don't really have any data coming out today that would have such a huge impact on markets or anything like that. Wednesday, we do have ADP non-farm employment, and we also have ISM services PMI, final services PMI, crude oil inventories, unemployment claims on Thursday, and prelim. We got a few things this week. Nothing really today that I would say would have an impact on the market. So we're just kind of sideways right now. Maybe we get that double bottom here out of Seoul. I am still thinking that we well, last thing I mentioned to you is about 119.20 if it did, which would be an SFP possibly, but the double bottom situation in here. And but overall, you know how I feel about Solana. If it's not holding here, which is the value area low, the 200 EMA. I don't know. I still think that somewhere around 40 to 30, between 40 and 30, could be where Solana ends up falling back to. I'm not telling anybody to sit here and wait on that because this could be the low. I'm just saying it's dire right now. It's dire right now. We're already in bear market territory, so it's kind of it's dire right now. This is our biggest support zone right in here, and if we're losing our biggest our greatest support level in here, where you can see how many times we have reacted in here. Many times we have reacted in here, then it just sets it up for down here for me, especially taking out this low, which we shouldn't be taking out this low. We should not be taking out this low. We're beyond what I've identified as the bear market lows, and somewhere around 40, between 40 and 30 is just what I would be looking at, somewhere between that. Yeah. So yeah, nothing has changed structurally here for Seoul. Want to see a break of this neckline for sure. Hold on. Let me zoom out. You can see how we're staying manifested inside of the bear market territory. Lows in here too. You can see that. Yeah. Okay, so we back tap. Yeah, we back tested this trend line in here. Okay, so we back tested that yesterday. Okay. Maybe that's all we're getting is a little back test here from this little wedgie structure coming down. But if the back test wasn't it, again, 119.20. So nothing's changed in here. I'm sitting on my hands with most of the stuff in the market. Yeah, that would have been the ultimate entry, I suppose, right here. Looking forward to bounce up and attempt to come back into this here. Yeah, attempt to break out here. All right, yeah, that's nothing else here for Solana. Potential inverse. Ooh, beautiful. Potential inverse. We looked at that yesterday. We did look at that yesterday. Yeah, I know. No, 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 no. We couldn't have. Yeah, I mean that would make sense from the little head and shoulders breakdown. That's what we looked at yesterday. We looked at the head and shoulder um, in here, but yeah, maybe just back in here to back test these lows in here. If this holds up, and yeah, that would have been a great entry on that back test of that trend line here. Um, Inverse head and shoulder back up to about 134.89 because it will have a salty time trying to get out of there. That might hold a little over, but I don't really know where this would end up breaking some sort of a neckline in here. Don't know. I don't know. Let me just put a regular line on this. Check back on it later. All right. Uh-oh. Okay. Just trying to see what Ethereum was doing. Ethereum still in the same place it was yesterday, or about what we were looking at yesterday with the golden pocket 786 here. Our area in here. If it doesn't hold in here, start to look down here towards the lower part of it. But on our move back up, just I have to look back at this zone once again, which is between, let's just say 31 and 32. Have to look back at this level right here again, but at least we would have a break here, which would be great if that happened. If that happened, yeah, that would be absolutely great. If we're seeing price action take out this high at 31, that would be fantastic. Right now, it is holding, so performing a little better, performing pretty decent. I'm gonna take a look at it against Biddy. Let me move through because I mean I've covered this. We all know it was point of control, 200 EMA golden pocket bounce that we got rejected back off the point that we initially was holding, which was around the 50% retracement, 60-week EMA, and of course the volume that was going across there, blah, 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 blah. But typically, as I stated, Ethereum comes back down to the 786. Right now, we're just looking for a relief bounce. But if the relief bounce gives it more, then that's going to be awesome. Just some stuff to be aware of with the things I put down in here, which is that it typically comes back to the 786. That's where you get your biggest push from. If it's not the 786, then going to be this VWAP. It's going to be this VWAP right here. And you can see VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. And right here where the 786 is located at right now. In this little area in here. It's yeah. But moving on. What was I about to do? Jeez. Oh, I wanted to get to this pain right here. Why am I on that? Another potential inverse. Ahoy. Like this. I like this. I like the MACD and Delta. And when they wrap around each other like this, it's usually some sort of explosive move. Doesn't look explosive right now, but that's usually like some sort of a volatile move. But I like this. I was gonna look at it against BTC though. And as it stands, it's actually not performing good against Bitcoin anymore. So I don't know why I capped out here on. It must have been being lazy or something. But it is at support. I was absolutely being lazy. But it is at support against Biddy right now. So I don't need this anymore. Yeah, let me get rid of that. Yes, remove. That didn't look right anyway. I'll change it. Okay. Let's see how Ethereum holds up against Bitcoin. Since it is at support, I think that looks pretty decent right there. Looks pretty decent. Wait for a breakout or something like that, but it is holding. So we could see a stronger push out of ETH, out of Ethereum. This looks pretty good though. we would say that this is already breaking the neckline. Yeah, so we might just be coming back into where we had the breakdown from the head and shoulders that was here on Ethereum also. Um, just want to see something here. Okay, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. And I just want to see how it performed when it got there. It's going to be a rough day. Not a rough day, but a rough stream until I get off of here and I can reboot the PC. I've just been trying not to lose my data, which is why I've done it this way. I just want to see what happened in here. Nothing other than the bullish divvy that it got down here. And then the bear div trying to come up. I think I recall seeing that yesterday. Yeah, I think that we definitely have the capacity or the ability to at least push back up into that 29.20 right there. So I'm going to let that be, leave it like this. And that's what I'll be looking for here on Ethereum right now. The time being, I'm not going to go back through XRP or any of those simply because I think that they were basically where they were before. And I say I'm not going to do it. Okay, so everything pretty much looks the same. Yeah, everything looks the same. Possible inverse head and shoulders on everything. What was this on Sui? Okay, 1 month. The 1 month level. Same thing for BNB. Yeah, everything's got a little bit of an inverse head and shoulder. Could be a good day for the market. Could be a good day for the market. It was yesterday. Yeah, that was yesterday. That was the potential SFP we were looking at. Yeah, that was the potential SFP double bottom we were looking at for hype yesterday. And then what we were saying on the break of that neckline right there at 36.85. This one's doing pretty good so far. Definitely would see the move up based off of this right here. Yeah. I think we really got into Aster. Pump. This is good. This is good simply because it came back into this level right here. So this is and I don't think I adjusted that either. So it's good that it is back up above that. Let's see. So weekly. I haven't adjusted it. I have not adjusted it. Oh yeah, we definitely lost that yesterday, which was to be expected when we looked at it. I'm just going to pull that back a little bit so it doesn't interfere. Yeah, that's good because that's the best we could get off of the data here for Aster. Understanding that if it went any lower than this right here, then it would likely come back down here towards that 0.0012 here. But the fact that it's recovering back up above that SD1, that's pretty good. So look for a move back into 0.004. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I like that for Aster. 0.004. Yep. To look for that move back into here. Okay. I really don't think anything changed on the rest of this stuff in here either. Nice Litecoin. Nice chain link. Yeah. We just look the same. With the exception of these potential inverse head and shoulders playing out across the board. Pretty nice. I see Zcash is doing all right now, at least on the lower, from a lower time frame. It looks okay. It's still ranging in between like 314 to 340 right now. Let's see. 87,350 for Biddy. That's good. Come on, PC. We're just looking at this on the one. All right, so in about a minute, we'll see if this is actually going to close outside of here. Might even get the expansion like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a change of behavior at its best, since it wasn't closing outside of it. It's a change of behavior. It could be an ending. Hmm. As for me, like I said, I want to either see the change of structure or the drop down to here. I want it to fall below VWAP personally and hit this zone and respect it. So either it does that and then I take a position on it, or I see the change of structure and then I get in afterwards later in the game. It did get a close outside of here, which is decent. That's decent. I don't care what it does at this point. It is a change of behavior. I'm really big about changes of behavior. So see what it does from there. Um, I'm not gonna stay here on it. I'll check back in on it later, but I do like the fact that it did do that. Oh, do. Let me see. And about 87 for Bitcoin, about 87,803. That's going to be the short max pain. So any of the shorts that are sitting in here, about $5,571 off from hitting short max pain in here right now for Bitcoin. Ethereum is only 19 bucks away from 28.40, which is going to be the short max pain there. And okay, Solana's only $1.41 from hitting that short max pain at 121. We're far off from hitting any of the long max pain in here for Bitcoin, which is nice, which was at 83,809, and so on and so forth. So 87,803, 12. Yeah, it's around the corner. So that must be this in here for Bitcoin. Now it's stuck. Yeah, it must be that in there for bidding. All right, I'm gonna move forward because we're pretty much still sitting in the same range. Another big talker right now is MicroStrategy, which is at support. Might I add, it is at support. It came back into standard deviation. Well, look at that. That's why I love the Bollinger. That's why I love volatility. Came back below that standard deviation there. So if I take, let's turn that group off. That's this one right here. This is 1 year. 1 year standard deviation. That's how explosive MicroStrategy was. 1 year. You see how it started flipping green back down here at this level too. I did take a look at this with VWAP. It's well below VWAP for the year anyway. I think that would have been somewhere in here, which it didn't hold any. Yeah, it would have ran across here. It didn't manage to get a reaction in here. Not really. You see that? Nah, not really. It didn't get a reaction in here at all. The lines you're seeing here, this is all from monthly, 3 month, 12 month. Just turn it into the line chart like so. So not the weekly, but when you look back at the monthly, if it loads up. Then I just color coded it to make my life easier. I would be looking forward to back testing here, but again, it is at support. I think that was, oh my gosh, it cannot be that bad. It cannot be that bad. Yeah, this one right here, this is the monthly right here with the line chart bias, and I just highlighted the other ones that are within here on the monthly time frame. That's it. Just dropped it to a line chart to look at where it might find support at, as opposed to the wicks. This is where the majority of people would have taken the trade at. Institution probably would have did the wick, but majority of people would have got in on the body. So that's what that is. And then the largest one is back here at 139. And you can see how that's a lot closer to this trend line right here. But strategy is at some sort of support. That's a big difference between the 170 and 139. When it comes to the stock market, you know, it's a piece of candy for crypto, but for the stock market, that's a lot. That's a lot. So that's what strategy is sitting at right now. I did not do this one. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to add another line to this chart. But it didn't react in here anyway, per se. But strategy is definitely at some support in here. I'm not trading MicroStrategy. I'm just looking at it because I know that there's a lot of talk around his stock and just some of the struggles right now on dividend payouts and things like that. But supports. I think this one is coming from yeah, that's 3 month down here. 3 month, and then yeah, you can just showing you how I'm doing it. That's just how I'm doing it, and I'm only dealing with higher time frames when it comes to stock, at least monthly and backwards. And then when you look at strategy like turn that off, that back on the line. Actually, let me turn these off too. Sorry. Uh, Just up over the year. I mean, just one humongous candle. One humongous candle there. That was a huge deviation. I couldn't even tell you. Like if I turned on this one, that's a huge deviation. That's four. That's four. I remember it was about, I don't know, maybe it was about maybe 2 months ago or something like that. And I was looking at the chart and I was I was saying MasterCard. I was like, man, MasterCard looks terrible. And I realized it was MicroStrategy. It's a couple of months ago. I know that much. And I had not really looked back at it since then. Um, but yeah, that was a huge deviation above. You can see how strategy has done pretty well holding here around 20 SMA on the yearly, something like that. Did any one of my lines pair up with that? Let me just see. No, I'm off from it. And see. Yeah, I'm not even considering that right now. And any of the stuff that I put in here, but it's worth consideration. I mean, that would be terrible to see strategy all the way back down here towards $40, right? But it is, again, it is at mm, yeah. I know I did this one, which comes in around the SD1 right here at 107. And that was crazy. That was crazy right there. It's the kind of thing that's ridiculous. Woe to anybody that was buying up there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mm. Yeah, recovery above here would be good for it. Would likely come back into these lows in here. How I have it designed, it's again for the body. I'm not going to use the wicks, even though the wicks might work going back up. The wicks were not working coming down because everybody's bearish. So there's no way those wicks were going to work, in my opinion, coming down on price action. But going up, sure, because I don't think anybody's bullish on strategy. I will look for a move potentially between 231 to 255, possibly reject there, and then finish coming out in here. But if you ever need to zoom out, I would do the 20 SMA on the yearly chart. There was nothing else in here that stood out. I don't even think EMAs. I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah. Okay. So, all right, that's that 60. It's a 60 tap, maybe. Yeah, that's a 60 tap. Eh, yeah, I wouldn't look for any more than that. If it manages to muscle its way back up here, any more than that for rejection, and then maybe they want to continue trying to send it down into this in here. It's going to be bad business for strategy. And that's what we got on MicroStrategy. What else was I looking at in here? Oh, I went through. It's Tuesday now, so it's better in terms of talking about the charts and whatnot. Let me push out to at least 16. Let me turn this off. All right. So here's where we are. We are squeezing in here. So we are squeezing within here for the S&P. If I was putting a line in here, we would have broken just across here where it looks like it's expanding, like a megaphone formation right here, pattern right here. It did break above that, and it's a slight back test on that right now, but price is squeezing in here. So any sort of a breakdown, again, I would look in here, possibly around the low in here, which is 62.12 for S&P. I moved this line. I initially had this line drawn up. I used the weekly time frame to draw it, but it was cutting up through here, and that was when we first saw the breakdown here, and then the reclaim back above this line right here when it was initially cutting through the price action in here. But I adjusted it yesterday, and that is where things stand for me with the S&P. It looked pretty good. Um, 6 days. I don't actually look at the SPY one, so cut here. But it looks pretty strong in my opinion. But if we do start to see an explosive move as it is squeezing in here, again, I will look down into here for breaking down. And of course, you want to see it break out and continue the push higher. I didn't really find anything wrong with it. Everything basically has a squeeze on it. S&P. See what I was looking at on this chart. I adjusted Netflix. I adjusted it. When I first drew out the parallel for Netflix, it wasn't actually a parallel. It was this top line here cutting across this price action here, and then I connected this point through here, which is why we saw it slightly below this line. But this time I just took the line from here and I dropped it down to the low of here, and it is parallel, and it makes sense for it to, I mean, it holds a lot better there. We're approaching the point where we would be looking for the break above here this time. Last time price got stopped out at the 60 EMA right here. We had resistance at the 60 EMA, and Yeah, see the 60 right there? That's what we had got resistance at, 60 EMA there. So we would have to break above the trend line in here right now. Otherwise, it's going to be a rejection point, and we could roll back down. But a lot of stuff I see has some sort of a fallen wedgie structure. If you're doing the line here to the bottom, a lot of stuff has this sort of structure. I did look at, yeah, I mean, not ruling that out just yet. Uh, but like I said, it is squeezing within there. Yeah. So if we're pushing through here, then I probably would look about 116. But if we're getting a closure above here, then well, no, I'll take that back because we're still within the, if this is some sort of a flag formation, if it is, this now would be the time to be in it because once it gets up here, that would be really crazy to want to pick it up then. But it's Netflix. It's Netflix. So where's the competition? There is none. So either it rejects here or market opens and it gaps up. And then you can see where you probably, like I said, second rejection could be somewhere around 116.42. 116.42. This line is going to bother me because it's not stretched out as far as the other ones. I think that's what it was. If that doesn't look like what it was. Hold on. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, that was going to bug the crap out of me. All right. But if you'd got it here off the trend line here, it was a good place to get in on it. Um, this stuff didn't change. Only thing that changed on here was this line. I just moved this line right here, but everything else was the same. I looked at something else in this pane, which is why I'm trying to use it. I think I looked at Apple. Oh my gosh, Apple is killing it. And I did see a bunch of strong money. Yeah, some strong money going into Apple. Apple. This is just the range that I was looking at for Apple. Um, just saying, price probably wouldn't travel outside of this range, which right now is about 290 to 220. It's kind of suspect, but I'm not expecting for Apple to. If it does, then it's some sort of expansion, but I don't expect for Apple to travel outside of this range. This can't be the chart I was looking at for Apple. This isn't it. This can't be it. Is this it? I don't know why I have Max Payne in here on this. Something looks off. I may not have been using this pane right here for Apple. Even though it looks like I was tracking Apple. I can be so wrong. Looks like I might have been looking at Apple, but that doesn't look right. Anyway, I can't tell, so I'm just gonna put that back on Netty. Let me move forward. All right, so gold, one of the charts that I was looking at here on gold, I closed that one out. I'm using it for something else, but I can just tell you because I know what I'm looking at here. Um, it the way I had it mapped out was this low here to here. That's how I had it as resistance point here for gold in the immediate. That is what that is. If you remember that out of the chart that I had, that's what that is. Just the resistance point for gold that gold would need to get through. And then again, like I said, the range as well. Because if we're failing in here, this has confluence with the area that I was looking at down here around 33.91. But if it doesn't fail in here, then somewhere in here around that 48, probably even up to about 5,000 could be the target there for gold, but it is still within the range right now. And even though we got the break out of the ascending in here, yeah, I figured that this right here, because this is where we struggled at the first time too. When we were looking at it, this was what I had mapped out for the, I don't even know if I still have that in here. Do I? I do. This was, this was the projected move that I was looking at with you guys back here at the time when we were down here. And I said the move up probably would cap out right here. And I started to think, okay, well, not giving myself the little deviation above the point, which didn't make sense. But then we got the rejection. And so I said that would send us, if it broke down, but it didn't. It maintained the bottom trend line in here. And if it broke down, then it would come back down into here, which you can see how the target down here actually matches up with that. But it kept holding the low across here. So we had nothing because it has to break down and it didn't. So it's the same rejection point from before. If we come back inside here, then, all of this is just going to have to go away. You can always move the trend line. Sure, the trend line can be moved, but the main thing would just be the range to look at between here, 38 and 43. And I'm not in any sort of gold position either. Most of the stuff I'm talking about right now, I'm not in it, with the exception of spot positions, but no gold. But that's where you're seeing your rejection come from, the same place that we rejected from earlier, which is those lows right in there. Now, I saw someone, I can't figure out what they were looking at. It popped up in a comment on X, and he's obviously an Elliotician, because he was using Elliott wave stuff, and I'm not the best. I know basics. I know where my shortcomings are, and I'm not an Elliotician. But he was saying that this could also be an ending diagonal, and he wasn't using the triangle that everybody else is looking at. He was using something else, but I can't figure out how he mapped it out. It was interesting though. It was interesting, and I haven't seen anybody else talk about it except for him. I don't even know his name to give him credit for it, but that could also be the situation in here. But right now, nothing's broken yet. Nothing whatsoever. All right, another little wedgie structure in here. This is Amazon. I did go back and I did modify Amazon with this trend line right here, because I didn't have this trend line in here before. When I put on the EMAs, because I wasn't using the EMAs with Amazon, but when I put on the EMAs with Amazon, I could see how this would have been the point where that bounce came from. Um, Instead of how I had it with the ascending trend line, how I do the raise in here, as opposed to how I had it, where we broke below it and then we reclaimed back above it. This made more sense when I put the EMAs on, because I usually try to draw my lines somewhere in the direction of the ribbon, or it could be a Bollinger, that gives me like the pattern, because all it is just where price might get trapped in between support and resistance. And this just kind of made sense, and you'll see what I'm talking about now. But this is all in hindsight. But we're just at the 20 SMA. Um, we're just at the 20 SMA. This was 16-hour, I think. Yeah, it was from the 16-hour. So how the 200 runs across the low down here. That's the reason why, yesterday I went ahead and changed it to this, because the 200 is running across this low down here. So once it does break it, what I'm looking for over here, you already know what I'm looking for, which is coming back down here into this trend line in here somewhere right in here, which this would take some time. Like I said, this is something that would take some time, because I was in the long position over here and I closed it out. I didn't actually even close it out at the target up here. I left it open because it's spot, and it was a spot position. But then I was like, I'm not going to ride it all the way back down here to the entry. So I closed it out, which was the right thing to do for me. But I could see where my error was at once I did that, because um, I had it like this, and then we saw the breakdown below it, and then the reclaim back above it. Which, I mean, it's not wrong, just wasn't the better. Wasn't the best way of looking at it for the best opportunity if I wanted to take it again. And that's the difference. That's the difference. So it's some sort of a wedgie structure right now on it. I'll put it back on a 4. Some sort of a wedgie structure in here, just hitting the 20 SMA on the weekly. No, that's a daily. 20 SMA on the daily. I don't know why I got the daily in here, but I do. Oh, okay, I know why I do, because I'm looking for an expansion. So I'm saying to myself that if we do get a break out of here, we could see an expansion on the Bollinger. This isn't squeezing by any means necessary, at least not at the moment. But if we did, then that's what I would be looking for, an expansion out to the upside or to the downside. If we get the break to the downside, then of course I'm looking for, again, price to be down here somewhere, and for the next entry that I'll be looking to take here on Amazon. Haven't really seen any news. So somebody raised their target. Oppenheimer. This is where we kept looking at the rejection from, based on 3 month. This is where we kept looking at the rejection from here, which is also why I had capped out the target in here too, for there. But yeah, below here, it gets interesting for me. Below here, that hasn't changed. But just this trend line. Mm, I kept going. Did I map anything out on that? Divs, divs. Doesn't look like I did, but it looks good. I must admit, it looks good. I don't have any notes in here on it either. No notes in here. Amazon looks pretty good though. We'll see how it reacts in here. I didn't really see any major interest for Amazon. Three. Let me just check. Nothing unusual. Uh, there's unusual 260 strike price in here. Yeah, there is an unusual 260 strike price in here, but that's about a month out on this one. So pretty large amount of money coming from some, it's an institutional play that is for the 260, which is pretty much around where we were capping out at anyway. So it's 250. Maybe it does that. Yeah, maybe it does that just to take out this high in here. But that's going to be it on Emmy. I sure missed this yesterday, and I thought about entering, but I was like, nah, I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm just gonna leave it alone. So this is what we have been looking at here. Now this didn't change right here. I did update these points in here, but outside of that, everything else is the same. I had to drop this line yesterday because I had it touching this one, and we tipped over it a little bit, and you can see even right here it's a little bit, but yeah. Yesterday for market close, I can't remember where we're at, but we were underneath here. And yeah, so now we're getting that move up. It's a lot of, and again, still, there are a lot of short positions. A ton of short positions have been opening on Google. A ton of short positions, but the pattern looks nice. This is the only thing that I did. Well, not the only thing, but I did share these notes on this on Friday. So we were having the lack of follow through on the daily time frame, meaning we were putting in bear divs on the daily time frame. That was the only thing. You look at the weekly time frame, we were moving in between, parallel in between SD1 and SD2, which is always a beautiful thing. That's what we were doing on the weekly chart. So that's the notation for the weekly. I will take a look at that. The volatility range is absolutely wide on the monthly and on the 3-month chart, but it's the weekly time frame. Let me see if that changed. Daily. Weekly, if the worst was the worst. If the worst was the worst, then I would look down here towards this trend line in here and around this 286. And for some reason, I dropped this in here as well. Oh, okay, okay. It's a big strike call for 285 too. So big strike call for 285, which lines up with where I have this trend line at, and also where if, like I said, Alphabet is moving in harmony on the weekly time frame in between SD1 and SD2, that would put it back down here at 286. If bears have their way, and it's a bunch of short orders opening on this. And let me just take you on that weekly just so you can see. But this looks great. Like this looks good though. This looks good. So you can see how you're moving. You're staying ever since back here. Once it did get the expansion, it started staying within this range in here. So yeah, so the person with the or the institution that's looking for the big pull back into here, which is, again, that's how I'm looking at it too. This will be it right here. If it rejects, then I would be looking forward to do that, to come back into the vicinity of standard deviation 1, because it's either above it ever so slightly or within it. But this is what I call harmony right here. When you can find something that does this right here, it's amazing. Once it stops doing it, of course, you can see over here, it moves in between, in between, in between. You'd be looking for it to come back, eventually come back into this, and hopefully hold again. If you're taking, like, that would have been a long, this would have been a long in here. At some point, it will break it, just like in here, that would have been a long, that could have been a long right there. And then at some point, it breaks it. Yeah. So that's the situation right now with this. So lots of shorts piling in here at the moment. The wedgie structure looks nice though. The wedgie structure looks nice. But if bears have their way, I would be looking at 285. I would be looking down there. If bears have their way. Mhm. Did I have us on a 16 or 4? Might have had us lower than that. Might have had this on like a 1. That looks good though. This looks good though. I think maybe it has the potential of hitting the target here. For me, target was 335. That was when I first spotted. Um, that was when the interest, yeah, I think price was in here somewhere, and I could see the big money go in, and this was supposed to be the target at 335. Um, but this is supposed to, I think this expires January or something like that. And I was like, man, we're getting up here kind of rapid. It didn't touch it though. So maybe we come in and do that first, and then it comes down and does something like this, which could change ever so slightly. This won't change. So I don't know. I don't know. I would be long right now, to tell you the truth. I'm not playing any position, but that looks good. Nvidia. All right, so we've made our way back up here. We were, we didn't have much of a range in here. I got this larger range in here. But right now I know that volatility was pretty low in here. Around 180 has been and I think I deleted or changed everything that I had in here on that, but it had been stalling around 180. So 180 had been like the call wall had been somewhere here around 180. If we push up further, and I'd be looking for 190. I am interested in 160 as well, which is outside of the boundaries of this line here. 165 is a great place as well, but on any sort of a pullback, then I would be looking for 160. 160. I could do one. Yeah, 160. I would like 160. I'm still long from the 170, which is what we last looked at. What day was this? No, it wasn't that day. It was over here somewhere. It was Friday or something. Yeah, Friday, I think it was. No, what day was that? Hold on. Where did we look at 170 at that day? I can't remember. Okay, so it was before Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was before Thanksgiving. So that was it. Well, I said I was watching for 170. So I'm still long from that. Right now, I've already taken profit, um, some profit. Um, and the rest of it is still open because I'm thinking that Nvidia is probably going to try to go higher. That's my thoughts, that it will try to get higher, at least about 190. I did see, as far as orders were going, it was somewhere around like 178, 179. It was something like that, which again, like I said, Nvidia had been capping out around 180. I think 180 is like the biggest strike of all time right now. For currently, it's one of the largest strikes for the next few months, 180. So price has been coming somewhere between that 180 and possibly 170 had been it. But now I'm starting to look at, like I said, about 160. Starting to look at 160, maybe 165, but 160 for certain, on any sort of a move to the downside here for Nvidia. Now this one I'm spot long, and I've been spot for a while, since over a year, and I took a leverage position on it at the 170. So I do have a futures trade on this one. Looking for us to at least do 190. Tesla. Tesla's always been a hard one for me. It's already starting to break out of here. We'll see how that works out for it. I'm not going to move this line, even though it did that. I'm going to leave it as is. Maybe we get a move back up in here. It's about 467. Yeah, maybe we do something like that. About 467. If this breakout is successful, if not, it rolls back in here when market opens. I'd be looking for it to come back down into here. You can see what this is here for Tesla. See how many times it's interacted with this line right here, and it's been pretty successful with holding on to it. So if this breakout does fail and it ends up falling back below this little trend line that I put right here, because it is sort of a rising structure. 87.3 on Bitcoin. Okay. It is sort of a rising structure. Bitcoin still just going sideways. Could fail, could look for a short, either a short if it falls back in here. RSI is starting to look pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, market could open and it gaps down. It is a rising structure, but otherwise, I mean, Tesla's just such a really hard one. Um, yeah. What is that? 436. Yeah. All I have is zones for it. There's really no merit to those pivot zones. Yeah. Potential gap down on Tesla. Can't say it falls all the way back down here, but it's something to look forward to. If it does, market opens and it gaps down, you know what you'd be looking at. You're looking for a price point. Well, actually, by the time market opens, we'll be well past that. It can be a short opportunity. I personally wouldn't. I mean, I don't have the balls to short Tesla. I don't have balls anyway, but um, I'm not bullish on Tesla by any means. I really only look at Tesla chart because most people are. Because earnings don't make a difference when price moves on this thing. Um, TSLA. Let me see. Yeah, about 20 mil went in yesterday for a spot position by 430 bucks. We're around that now. um, actually had a few mil go in on spot. Uh, a lot of unusual activity in here. Yeah. Where's 440? Yeah. So maybe 440 and drop. Maybe 440. Maybe I was short. You know, maybe you could short because I'm not. I'm not. I don't. Like I said, I'm not. Maybe 440 here, and then it falls back in here in the range at least. And then I probably have to move this line or something, but possibly 440 to the upside, and then a rejection back down on TSLA. But if you see it breaking out of this right here, forget about it. Okay, don't even play around with it. It comes up and you get some sort of reaction. Great, or at least be prepared to be stopped out. Manage risk on it, but possibly 440. This has been managing to hold up on the little line in here from where I consider this to be some sort of a wonky inverse head and shoulder. Is my line up too high? It looks like it is, right? Maybe that's why I didn't reach it. Still ain't reaching it. Um, but it has just been dancing over this trend line here. I'm just waiting to see a clear direction on it. Right now, there are long orders going in for it because it did sell off quite a bit. Been a lot of long interest right now for Circle, and if Circle is lucky enough to get past this resistance in here, then I would start to look at the potential of price coming somewhere back in here. Lord have mercy, I can tell you one thing. I won't waste any chance of being out of Circle at that point. I've been accumulating it. I've been buying it. I stopped buying because it's forever dropping on me. And like I said, I had about 3 opportunities to take my money and run on the pumps, and I didn't. At not one point did I take the money and run. I got greedy and ignored the signs of the head and shoulder, and yeah, just let this thing roll over on me. Then I ended up buying more. I had to quit buying. Um, so yeah, holding around the trend line right now. I'm looking for it to break to the upside. That's what I'm looking for. I probably could change this. I'm going to leave it as is because it hasn't met this measured move yet, but I will eventually change this and consider this to be some sort of a bear flag, a rising structure, something like that right here over this head and shoulder formation. That might be what it is, but it's holding right now, so I can't. But if you're watching this, it probably would be wise to consider drawing this out like a bear flag instead. Bitcoin still sitting in the same spot. All right, Meta's getting another breakout. Yesterday I had it where we got the back test from the one that was here. This was the back test from the first triangle formation that we had in here. Got the breakup, came back tested it. And I changed it yesterday when I could see this trend line right here still being respected. And I could see the pivot in here. So that's the difference right now. So Meta continues to look good. And I was pushing for potentially 660 as a target in here for Meta. We're above what I would have considered to be, let's see, not this one. If it cooperate with me, it just froze on me. Come on, PC. Yep, it said not right now, mama. Not that. Here. I'm still looking at this for the potential of it confirming the rejection that hasn't happened yet. And the rejection that I'm referring to, of course, is what I shared before, which is how you can see the rejection here. the rejection here. Well, we can start with the rejection that could potentially be here across the RSI. But this is the one that I was using particularly is this right here, the rejection there, the rejection back in here, falling back in, the rejection in here, which this one, by the way, did put in some bullish divergence on the first drop, and then the bear div that created the little head, called the Siamese twin head and shoulder formation. And there are more examples in here too of that in here. I did it for like an entire year back. So the entire 2025 is what I covered just looking back at this, but no confirmation just yet. I know I did move the line in here yesterday. I moved it. Yeah, let me move it again because it's not confirmed, which is why I have it reading pending. Yeah, which is why I have it labeled as pending. But each one of those rejection points you can see in here. You probably would have gotten stopped out here more than likely and had to re-enter on this one right here. But there were numerous examples throughout here um, for the downside and to the upside. But generally, whatever move Meta gets to the downside is typically a weak low. A weak low. It don't look like it on the chart or with your money, but the drops are usually just corrective at best, and they're weak. They're weak. So just waiting to see where that would be. But again, I am still looking towards 660 as a potential move back up here for Meta before rejecting. It might come sooner than that. It might. It keeps putting in these little flags. Keeps putting in those little flags. So yeah. Keeps doing this. You don't have a reason to doubt it. This was something that I was previously looking at on the move down as a support level. You see, we bounced off of it a few times. Okay, and we actually rejected there. Interesting. Okay. That's VWAP right here. I think this is, yeah, 1 year VWAP right here. So that's VWAP. And of course, you can see our bounce came from bandwidth 1 down here with the measured move for the head and shoulders. Also, the golden pocket where we had the dark pool orders sitting at down in here as well. So the institutional buyers were in here. Okay, but that's interesting to see. And I have this mapped all the way up to 653, even though I'm still saying 660. Still saying 660, which would be some sort of a rejection around VWAP apparently. And then we come in for the, if it's going to do it a higher low. I didn't even check for bear divs at all on the higher time frame. It might have some, given the aggressiveness to the downside. So just kind of watching between where it got the rejection at here at 653 up to, 647 up to about 653, up to VWAP, up to VWAP, up to VWAP. Let me see how we did when we came to this one. Okay, so we didn't even react at this one. I actually got the reaction a little bit lower down. I honestly couldn't tell you why at this point, why I chose the levels the way I did. It has to have been from another time frame though. Because I can't tell you why I did that like that now. But I'm pretty sure it came from a different time frame. Was that here before, or did that just pop out here? It must have been here. Was that here before? Yeah, it had to have been here before. I guess you would want to watch for a break of this trend line down here, the lower one, as opposed to a back test on this line right here. Yeah, watch this lower trend line. You could probably, if yours look anything like mine, I'll probably move that just in case that does happen. Just in case it does. And if it does, you probably could even view it as some sort of a head and shoulder and measure that out from there to here and look at something like that. I would think that something through here would hold. Here comes the noise once it opens up so I can see. Yeah, it's fine so far with the exception of probably putting in, you can see that's bullish divergence, which is why, those taps back into here were important. So if you use RSI and you do see, I don't need this anymore. If you do see, let me clear out the noise. So yeah, just bull divvies is all it was given. So I can already tell from this that a rejection is going to come in on it. But you're going to need to see that without the bullish divergence, though. And that's why these triangles are playing out too. Nothing but bullish divvies. We'll move that to here. You can stay. That's basically the same now. So well, yeah, you know what? I'll leave it like that. I was about to move it. I was about to do this, but I'm gonna leave it like that. Yeah. Once you see that drop happen and you don't have that bullish divergence anymore, then that's what we'll probably see. If it's done, if that was the low, then we'll be looking for a higher low here on Meta. So that would be anybody who didn't manage to get in down here will have an opportunity to get in on a higher low. Otherwise, Meta would continue to tap into that ascending trend line that you don't see on this chart right here, but it's there. But yeah, another push up, I could see how we get another bear div if it came into, if it did what I'm looking for, which is 660, it would put in another bear div likely. Very likely that it would. So one or the other one has to play out, has to invalidate the other one. The bear divs have to be invalidated. Bear deals will have to be invalidated, or the bull deals will have to be invalidated, and that invalidation would happen with the move and just seeing that price action is aligning with the RSI. But that is exactly why it's continuing to push up the nice bullish divvy, which is why I was about to move that line right here. This is where the bullish divergence begins. From here to here, and then here. Sorry. That's what I look for on Meta. Right now it looks fine. But if it drops this low right here, then it would be a lower high. The bullish divergence. I mean, the bear divs are playing out on it. And you'll see it in your RSI as well. This thing right here. Because I know. All right, I'm just going to say this again. I'm not in any sort of a short position on this. This is just something that I was looking at just to see if it would get that move down here to 150, which I'm not omitting 150 as a target. I'm just saying I think based on the technicals that it could get a relief bounce first and then come down and do 150. At least that's what I'm hoping for. So I did open up a spot long position on Oracle a couple of days back. We're still sitting in the same spot. Since I opened up that position, we're still sitting in the same spot. I have a stop in place for it as well, in case I'm wrong and it doesn't get that move up first. And all the arrow is a measured move from the top of the channel to the low of the channel, straight down is how I do it. And then looking for a push back up into here, potentially about 256. Which everybody be saying head and shoulder at that point, and they might just be right. But Oracle is doing a lot of work right now behind the scenes. They're doing a lot of work right now behind the scenes. But this was some unusual activity for a put call down here to 150. So a lot of money went in for that call down there. I just think that there's a chance that Oracle could get that bounce first and then come down, which is what I'm hoping for. So we'll see if that happens. I put another resistance level in here as well. So on the breakout, if it has that breakout to 1678, And then if we can get past that, like I said, I'm putting some hopium in on Oracle being able to get past this point right here. I really am. Past the 238. That's a lot of hopium. Um, if I'm being honest. Uh, that is, yeah, that would be euphoria. And I don't know that it's ready for euphoria again. Right now, this, and this is VWAP. This is VWAP right here. So VWAP trend line, um, big money, and then another trend line. uh, um, this is an old trend line right here. That's why I highlighted this one out like that. It's just an old trend line. I was looking for something that was a little closer to VWAP. And so I was like, well, let me just use this again since it bounce, rejected, and got above it. So I was like, maybe it might want to interact with that again, which is why that's there. Like so, like that. Let me hide my drawings for a minute. We'll slap on the BBs. And you can see how it's been moving well within harmony down through here through the lows. Rejection. And we're at that point now. Oh, please let us get past here. And then, like I said, I'm asking for a lot more. Looking forward to get um beyond here, and even beyond here, I'm asking for a lot more or looking for a lot more. I can't say that it happens. I'm being realistic with myself, which is why I have my stop in place too. So just in case if it wants to roll over, roll back down, reject from these lows or reject from wherever this might be at when market opens. Because I don't really know that these. I worry about the indicators sometimes when I'm doing it on the after hours. That they're doing nothing just yet. I don't know. But let me push out to, I'm gonna start the monthly, just see. You can see that a little bit better now. And this is just that was just a VWAP from this pivot low. That was all I did with this VWAP. So um oh let me turn that on. So I'm really hoping that this bounces up at least back into these lows. That would be great. And then I would at least back into that. That would be good before we do see any sort of a move down here towards um, below this 20 SMA in here. So I probably wouldn't be looking for anything below 124 as it stands right now. Um, I likely wouldn't be looking for anything below that. Most certainly wouldn't be looking at this for Oracle. Oracle's working really hard on this AI development. And this looks rare. That's very rare. It's very rare that it does. Yeah, it's very rare. Very, very, very rare. Any sort of interaction here. So, no, that wouldn't even be a thing. That was a surprise right there. But that's very rare. Or at least it has been. So, I gotta get organized. I did another VWAP for some reason. I'll delete that one. I'm not gonna remember anything I just had on. That's for sure. So golden pocket. I definitely think that this right here, whoever did this 150 will end up in the money. I'm just looking for that bounce first and then we can come back down. There's a good chance that they'll end up in the money. So if we get that move, and then yeah, I will look for that short. Yeah, yeah, that will definitely end up in the money. This is crazy. I got 12 in here. I don't have a 1 year in here. I don't have a 12 in here. I need to put this on my chart. But I like this. So yeah, I would short Oracle if I could get my pump first. then I'll be interested in shorting Oracle because I would expect for it to come back down below here. It looked like this candle right here had just did it at some point this year, but yeah, next year. Hopefully it's more so something next year. That's gonna be a nasty candle. It's gonna be a nasty candle. It'll end up looking like MicroStrategy because it's well outside of this and has been. That was the first discrepancy right there where that red candle popped in where it should be green. That was the first discrepancy in the price action. It doesn't look like I would be looking for it to come back down this low though. Maybe about 106. Wherever this would end up at. May not take out this low. May not. 127. Something like that. But I'm banking on this one right now. That's what I know. I'm banking on that one. And most of the other stuff I've already looked at. Walmart, it broke. Let me hide. Well, I don't need to hide it. I already, I mean, there's really no perfect way for me to draw out this, the channel here for Walmart. There really wasn't no perfect way of me doing it. Let me unlock it. Let me just see if I push that up. I guess, yeah. If I wanted to go with the latest touch, let me make sure that that's what I did when I did this, because I want to, yeah, that's what I did when I did it. The daily was expanding, so had a Bollinger expansion here on the daily time frame. The weekly and higher, you're just moving within standard deviation 1 and 2. I know that much here. Walmart looks pretty good and probably remain looking good through the holiday. Confluence is below the trend lines in here though. The one here, you would break, you break this line right here. You're also breaking a high EMA, and if you break this one, you're also breaking a high EMA, which I was looking for price to, once it does reject, to come back down into here, because it has a bear div on it within this consolidation. It has a bear div on it, but it's bullish, so bear divs aren't playing out on it. That only starts to happen once we break down from here, and that's not happening right now. So if it holds here as a rejection point, I mean, I tried to give it all the best touches that I could. Might even be able to move it over here on this line right here instead. But I know when I zoom out on like a weekly, something like that, you'll see how it's holding through here. This is really like within the 20 SMA. I don't really care for that when I see it. But like here, you can see how you're staying within harmony up through here. And this looks really, really good. And there's no reason to question Walmart right now. Uh, it does look more like it's going to reject, though. It does look more like it's at a place for rejection, and I would look for it to break down here on the monthly, break below this point, which is where you see you have the parallel channel. That's where the parallel channel comes in at here on Walmart to here. So I'm looking for a breakdown from that. I don't think it comes all the way down here to this line right here. Maybe after the holidays or something like that, it could potentially do something like that. But right now, just looking for this. First, we got to get the breakdown. That's first thing. Got to get the breakdown. Yeah. So that trend line right there, the one that you just saw me pop up, that will be the first one. And then here on the monthly, you can see the bear div. Hey, that looks pretty decent. Um, yeah, that looks pretty decent. But you can see the bear div through here. It's just not giving. It's not giving yet. I might try to short it. I might try to short this. Pray for me. Okay, if you're a good prayer, pray for me because I might actually try to short this. I have a decent stop loss on it. But the math ain't mathing. That's all I'm saying. The math ain't mathing over here. Can't deny that. Cannot deny that. And see, it almost looks like it wants to expand again. You see that? It really looks like it wants to expand again. I think it's at some resistance, but it really looks like it wants to expand again. If it does, then I will look somewhere around 120 because the market likes those even numbers. I'll look for it to break above it and maybe 120. But I am I would like to give this a try. I will. Let's see. Oof. Hmm. Hmm. I might give this a try though for a short. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It looks like I could raise that up a little bit. I'm sorry. I don't want to be trying to force it to fit the narrative. And I don't need these little circles on. Walmart. Bitcoin's still sitting in the same spot. It's not doing anything. So I'm just going through Wall Street. Coin. Okay, It's holding up around that 20. Holding up around that 20. Nothing's really changed since yesterday. Nothing at all has changed in here since yesterday. So nothing to update on in here with coin. I didn't zoom out and look at coin on a lower time frame either. Freezing, freezing, freezing. Okay. The lag. Okay, I was just trying to drop it to a line chart so I can see if there was any patterns or anything in here. Looks a lot like the stock, the crypto market, of course. Crypto stock. At one point, I did have that trend line going across here, but I didn't need that anymore. Was working off of the monthly pivot lows anyway, which worked great. This is monthly. Okay. So monthly. Which might have changed, and I may not have updated it. But let's just take a look, because I may not have updated it. And this is just the VWAP, and you can see, and I just did it off of the low down here, bandwidth 1 there. Really just want to look at VWAP itself, because I would naturally be looking for another move back into VWAP, which would be this low right here. So you can see that, yeah. So it's back test back into the 20 SMA. And I haven't adjusted it, so that's why it looks lower. Where you see it at now? So you can see I hadn't adjusted it. Actually, you can't see because I turned it off, but I hadn't adjusted it. But I naturally would be looking for price to come back into this trend line right here before I bought any more. And this isn't even, you can see the little wicks over it, which wouldn't bother me. Be looking for a move back into that personally. I might be asking for too much, but I'm not sure that I am, since it's never touched it before. Hasn't touched it before. Except for when it was ranging in between here. Which you can tell it was ranging in between here and here at one point. But that's what I'll be looking for, a move back into here. Doesn't happen. Great. Just stick with the little bit that I do own and keep it moving. But again, that's what that back test was. 20 SMA. And you look for it to hold there, either get rejected underneath it, and I get pushed underneath it. And like I said, I would be looking down here personally, where SD1 is at, VWAP is at, and this trend line is at right here. It seems like a natural place for price to come back to, since it's done it repeatedly before. Money was coming in on, move to the upside, which we did get ever so much. This was rejection around bandwidth 1, and this is one of the calls right here that I would expect for price to get gravitated back up here. And I did mention that yesterday too. Mention it on Friday as well. I will be looking for price to get gravitated back up here, possibly even into the low in here or the trend line. But I will be looking for prices to push back into here first before we see any more move to the downside. So highly likely that in the coming days, in the next few days, because it's the second now, this is 3 days out. DTE, days to expiry, 3. So I'll be looking for price to come back in here. Might even get pinned somewhere around here if it's large volume on this, which it is, which is why it's on my chart. Might get pinned somewhere in there come Friday. So be a good long if you weren't all, if you didn't catch it down here. Didn't catch the back test. Hasn't broken above this candle just yet. So yeah, that's what I'll be looking at. Coin. And everything else, I believe I've already covered. Yeah. That was just, we're above this right here. But if that is the rejection, then maybe, finish out that move down here for that 60. If you notice on the other chart for the head and shoulder, I extended it twice through here. So it would be something more like, let me just go across this top. No, that's well beyond that. So I can't even do that. Nah. Heck no. I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. Yeah, we'll leave that like that. But yeah, 60, which is just a round trip, basically. That's all it's done. It's just round trip every freaking thing, everything in here. This would essentially be taking liquidity below it. It doesn't have to come back down here. There is a chance that it may want to look back at this. Whoever did this is out of the money, heavily out of the money. So it could be attractive for price to come down there to that 60. But they just take a L. They just take an L. And for the sake of my own bag, I would like for that to be an L. And this is just a look back at Tesla, which we've already covered. I know it looks different over here with this parallel channel and the big call up here for 457. If we're not seeing that rejection on Tesla anyway, which would be the little rising structure that we were talking about in here. If it's rejecting, if it's not, then Expiry on this is 12/5. Had a lot of volume and a lot of money. So be it. If you get the push to the upside, if you want to follow big money. How I have it on the other chart right now. Let me make sure that's how I have it. I didn't have it like that. I had it like this. My bad. Yeah, that's how I had it on the other chart. Because I'm focused on this little lack of volatility through here. Out of curiosity. Come here, line. No. I hate how hard it makes it. Why am I so hungry all of a sudden? I don't know. That's what I'm watching now. I'm going to leave it like that. This doesn't have to get hit. A lot of times price will move into something like this since market makers are the one who sold the contract. So it's 3 days. 3 days to expiry for this right here. So we got time today. And there was nothing else in here that I hadn't already. I didn't go over hood, which nothing has changed in here. You can see hood. Hood's little range. Top line up there. This one here. This is the one we had just broke right here. Possible inverse head and shoulder. Which I don't really like them when they're sitting at the top of charts. I don't really subscribe to them when they're sitting around highs. It's usually something I look at when we're lower, but this is a lower time frame as well. So no, don't say that is what this is. I just can't do it. I don't care what time frame we're on. So so far so good. Let me check for any divergence. Nothing. That would have been good if I was watching it. Yeah, that would have been a good breakdown if I was watching it. But I wasn't. I'm only looking to add to my position. You know, I was looking for 100. We didn't hit 100. I realized that I overlooked the support that it was getting through here, and then the news had broke on it, and it dang sure held it. And so 100 didn't get filled for me, and we only hit it's 3 month. No, it's a monthly. So it's still moving within range here on the monthly time frame, not violating it just yet. It looks like it would put in the bear deal if it came back up. So I'm still gonna leave this in here just in case it comes up and it taps into it, because it can do that. If it tried coming up again, definitely put in a bear deal against the highs through here for that bit of a rejection. Sometimes you have to adjust. What I do when I do something like this, when I started out with something like this, if the RSI comes up and it fails, I'm looking for prices to fall down. And you can see that that's what happened here. It came up, it got to push above it. You can see where it gapped up, and I leave it like this to look for it to roll back down below it. And that's a good short. And that time it respected it when it came back up. And then I would start to move it. Now you can sometimes just leave it like that and just look for it to come up, kind of find where it rolls back down and rejects off of it again, or just move it and then look for the rejection into it, look for price to come into it. And then that's the rejection. You can see it held it right here, came up, broke above it, came back and back tested it, but it held it there. You wouldn't have had a reason to move it then. Maybe just catch the short here with it breaking down right there. Let's see. It is if you wanted to do something like that, as opposed to these signal lines. I like to go with this line stuff like this sometimes. I am really hungry. Really, really, really hungry. I'm going to do it like that. So I'm going to leave this in place like this just in case it rejects here. Probably wouldn't make it up here because the RSI wouldn't be the same. So if it did decide it wanted to do something like that. And I'm only looking at the highs and not the lows, because I'm not looking to short on hood. I would only be looking to add to my long position on hood at the moment. Well, drop that a little bit. And you have some call interest up here to about 141 and some put in interest down here to about 116. But of course, like I said, the range that's through here too, which likely, like I said, on the monthly, is still ranging in between. Yeah, still ranging in between. So you're not getting, still going in between here, still moving in between here. So you can see exactly where you got that back test at right here. And then that bounce up happened right there. And this is the reason I did not get 100. This is the reason I didn't get 100. And I'll show you what my things on right here. So this is a new month now. I can move it. I can move it, but this is how I mapped it out for the month of November. For the month of November, if it was going to come down, and I'm seeing it respect standard deviation 2, which is more than likely about your 10 EMA is what that is. That's usually what it is, right about the 10 EMA. Let's see, let me turn that on and see which one gives me the best optics. If it's the Bollinger, I'll go with the Bollinger. If it's the EMA, then I will go with the EMA. If that's the one giving me the best optics. Yeah, so you can see, like I said, the standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger is usually going to be equivalent to an EMA 10. So they're interchangeable. However, the math was done on the Bollinger. I'm assuming the EMA is just the first. That's my assumption. And then the Bollingers came. I don't know, but they're pretty interchangeable. And whichever one gives me the best optics is the one that I go with. And I like the Bollinger because it gives me a top, gives me a place where price might find some resistance. Um, and I can just play with price outside and in here. But that's usually what it is. I'm gonna move this since it is a new month and I didn't do it. I don't want to turn it off. I just wanna move it for the new month. So I'm gonna set it like this now, and then I'm gonna watch for that. Watch for how price interacts. I mean to keep turning it off. Just watch how price interacts here going forward. Which means I wouldn't be looking for it to hold this again. Maybe I wouldn't be looking for it to hold that again. But still moving in harmony until it's not. And once it drops harmony, I typically look for it to come back down towards 20 SMA. But 60, was another target that I had in here for it. Don't know that I get 60, which would, coincide with these highs in here. I don't know that happens. It was just something. It's just something to look at. 4. And then okay, that Sezzle, which I'd never heard of it before, but the only reason why I looked at this was 16, I'm sorry, was because there was some unusual activity for it, and it was back here at the trend line at the same time, which is why I started to look at this. It's trying. Yesterday it looked like it was going to reject, and it did get a small reaction here. We could just see that. But I can't actually, I can spot trade this one, but everything I have right now, I'm good with. But it got interesting. So I did post on this one. I did see it. So on Friday when I saw this, because of the unusual activity, but and the VWAP thing too. There's a couple of things that I looked at in here with it that I actually like because it absolutely got slaughtered. It got slaughtered, and I did the VWAP from the beginning of time. From the beginning of time, which just happened to coincide with the trend line down here. But VWAP raised up through here. Maybe it's band 1 or something like that now. Band multiplier 1. No, it's all the way down there. Heck no. But anyway, as long as it's holding through here, holding above VWAP, and it's outside of here at the moment, I think it looks pretty decent. Hold on. Every time frame is going to show up slightly different. But I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it as it is. It's the first time we've seen multiple candles dance outside of it. It's the first time that has happened. So if it holds up, holds above here, it's just daily. It's a weekly, which I need to adjust That might have been the low down here for it, and could see a move back up on it. Um, I could have sworn I had some other targets in here, but apparently I didn't do anything like that. So, um, that looks really interesting. And that looks interesting. Okay. So this looks interesting. And what else did I say? I said this looks interesting, which is pretty much in tune with, yeah, those 2 points look interesting. If it can make it, I didn't really see anything else in here that, oh, that does look interesting where it's sandwiches or something like that. So it's already here now, which is, where we also have the SD1, SD1 right here. But if I turn these off, that's the weekly again. I would have said that looks interesting simply because of that low and that high. That looks interesting to me. And if you see it again in here, right here at the VWAP, if it fails, and I will look for it to hold there. If for some reason they knock it back inside of here, then I will probably look for it to hold there. That looks like the last interesting spot for it. So maybe a back test on that VWAP if it fails. But this is, like I said, first time it started dancing outside of here, which is pretty tight. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for it. If you rather work with that horizontals instead of diagonal. I think that was the last thing in here. Stock wise. Look like we might have got a higher low out of the 15-minute on Zcash. I'm gonna jump back over on that because I don't think that there was anything else in here. Yeah. Look at Oracle. You better go. You better go. Go, Oracle, go. All right, let me take a look back here at Zcash and let me just see. So we got the little closure outside of here. Like I said, if nothing else, it was a change of behavior for it. I mean, sure, we could say this. I just didn't see a need to do that. I want to see where behavior shifts instead. Put that back because that's what I want to see. I want to see where behavior changes. And the 15-minute maybe trying to give. Let's see if it'll take me over here. Oh, maybe trying to put in that higher low right now, like I say. But we'll see. I like how it's holding across here, even though it did not, it didn't hit the VWAP. Didn't hit the VWAP. And I would rather have seen it. I do this one because it touches all of it. This is VWAP on, I mean, it looks different when you move to a lower time frame as opposed to how you see it right below here on the other time frame. And if I just hide it for a minute there, this could be an ending. It could be an ending. Could be an ending diagonal. I just want to see. This is how I didn't do it on the other time frame. This is how I did it on the other time frame. If it allows me to move it just like that. That's how I did it on the other time frame. Oh. It's pretty flat, I would say. It's pretty flat, so it doesn't really matter where you put this at. It doesn't have that much of an angle to it. So it's something to look forward to. Otherwise, it fails. Thank you. If you're putting in an inverse right here, it's something to look forward to. You can pretty much say that that would be the measure move. If it is rather flat. I can actually just do it. Using a parallel since it's somewhat flat. What's the highest point? Here. It's not much of a move. It's more than where it is now. If it works out for it. But could be an ending diagonal. Could be. Bitcoin, like I said, still sitting in the same spot. So we haven't moved. We haven't moved much in here. So nothing to see there. In fact, Solana, yeah, just says screw you with the little red candle right there. Screw you. I don't have the energy for this, is what Solana just said. And yeah, the one that we were looking at in here, I think I deleted this one. I deleted it, but I can put it back. I think it was done something like this. If that's wrong, it's wrong. But I think it was done something like that. It's rejecting right now. I know I wouldn't have done it like this because this wouldn't have been the that wouldn't have been no, I wouldn't have did it like that. I don't think I did it like that. It's matching. Did we do it like that? I don't recall. But it did back test that. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it. We have to claim it now. I said no. If we push this in here, but we get the rejection that's there. Maybe since it's already back tested that, we'll just leave it like here. That way you can see a clean breakout from this stuff in here. Instead of focusing on what looked like was a back test, just focus on what's resistance. All right. Why not? You know what? I'm gonna try Zcash. I'm a little late to the party. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I told myself what I told myself, and I said it on this stream, and I'm not gonna do it. Right? I'm not gonna do it. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I was about to jump into a long on it. I'm not gonna do it. I'll give it some time. Give it some time. It's enticing me though. It really is. Cause I like how it was holding right in here. It's the first sideways consolidation. We're holding again, but mm, I mean, my stop would have to be a little bit too far from me. I suppose I'll just wait. I'll just wait and do this like I didn't have it before. Yeah, once it clears the path here, it has room to move. It's the most important thing. How much room it has to move. Okay. I do like it though. I'll give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a shot. And just go ahead and set the stop for it below that candle. It's 5 minutes left on it. If it chews back into its own tail, then I'll be out. So it's a really tight stop. I'm not gonna even push for. I should push for that. It wouldn't cost me too much to push for that, but yeah, I'm gonna move it down. I'm in profit right now, so that's cool. Okay, what's another L? Yeah, what's another L? All right, I'm long. And I think that's it. That's it. It's 8 o'clock. Not really much happening today in terms of data. It's the 2nd of December. Yeah. Nothing in the world of data today. I hear a lot of talk about JPY. I haven't even looked at and I you know what? I really like looking at yay. Zcash. Zcash always start out making you feel good and then it's like nope. Nope. Um I do like looking at the currencies though. Forex. Take a look at JPY. Oof. Ugh. Haven't looked at it in a minute. Last time I was looking at it. That's the last time I was looking at it. It seems I was bam. Let's see. Uh, Probably didn't put any notes in here on it, and I didn't. I got this blocked out for some reason. Trash. This euro. This was back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. Some days I still wish I was a kid again. Haven't looked at this in a minute either. This right here has ranges that it moves in between, and a good time to get into it is when you see it break below the range and reclaim back above it. Reclaiming back above it is a good time to get in on the euro. You hear me? If you trade forex, that's how I play the that's how I play with it. If you trade it, it had a nice little wedgie structure down in here back then. But yeah, I just I'm on a daily, and I pick you up from weekly. Month. Yeah, I drew it out from the monthly time frame when I did draw it out. So when I see it dropping that, when I see it dropping here, it's a good time to get into it and get long on it. It falls below and comes back into it. When it comes back into it, and comes back into it, and good to go. And come back into it, good to go. Come back into it, good to go. Come back into it, good to go. Had one in here as well. Make sure. Prior, I probably could have modified this a little bit better. I don't know why I capped it like that. Probably because of the touch there, the touch there, and the touch there is probably why I did it like that. And then the little slight rejection right there and the touch there. I think that was why I had drew it out like this. But when you see it coming back in, boom, come back in, boom, come back in, boom. If you're looking to long anyway, if you're looking to short, then you have to go with something else. I have to go with something else. But I did notice that it was a good place to long it. And then the euro started looking good anyway. Um, I think it was the weekly time frame or something like that. Let me see if it was the weekly. Was it the weekly? No, it was this monthly time frame. It had started looking good to me because it had not crossed above this cloud in I don't even know how many years. It had not done it. And when I saw this drop in here, that was when I was like, okay, euro starting to look really good, especially against the dollar. Especially against the dollar, euro and GBP, both. Yeah, those two look pretty nice. Look pretty nice. Let me see. Yeah, this is old. I know I ain't been in here in a minute. And get that out of here. But I do the same thing with both of them, where it's kind of trap out, where you might be able to get long at on this one. This one actually worked on the shorts, so that's good. And you can do it off of this one too. Let me stretch this out a little bit. It is far from any sort of position right now. So you be waiting forever. Be waiting forever on this. But I like this one too, just because like I said, it had been a long time since it had actually crossed above this narrative. So I really like it. Push out on the weekly. Haven't really given much thought to it outside of how it ranges. Haven't really given much thought to it. The rest of it would just be basically, yeah, let me get this out of here. Basic technical analysis for the rest of it. I can almost guarantee that was a bull div. No, it wasn't. No. No, ma'am, it wasn't. It's not a bull div with all this noise down here. Shut it down. Shut it down. That's what Vivek used to say. Shut it down. Vivek Ramaswamy. I might play with some Forex today. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do today. As soon as I end this stream, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I still have my NVIDIA position open. I usually don't like to trade but one thing because I don't like to focus on having to monitor too much stuff at one time. I don't even like that with it. That's telling me to go long. That's telling me to go long. That was telling me to go long. I probably work off of this indicator right here, though. Yeah, I think I will play around with V4X markets on BTCC today. I got nothing right now but to sit on my hands, so I gotta wait till it's a little bit more interesting. Let me just see how it moves with Bollinger. I need to be on a lower time frame. I'm gonna wait for it to compress. Once I see some compression, I'm gonna jump in on the breakout. It's a little bear flaggy. Yeah, it's a little bear flaggy. All right, I am going to call it a stream. I appreciate you for being here. We're not doing anything right now. Not on Bitcoin. I haven't looked at DXY in a minute. What are we doing? I don't know why I had these 2 points lined out here. I can't tell you why. I haven't looked at this in a minute. See, I put this was the year low. The year low, and then the previous year low. through here. I really don't know what else I was looking at when I looked at it. Apparently a trend line through here. But haven't really been paying attention to it. Why is this like this? Are we about to be a third world country? That is the question. Dollar looks terrible. I don't know what this is for though. What is that for? I don't know. But we're trapped in between the lows from the prior year and then our low of 96 this year. I don't know what this is about, so I'm just gonna delete it. And then the trend line through here. So we get past this right here, then maybe our dollar has a chance. But we got to get past one. Let's just say, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. $100. Got to get past a hundo. What's that? My low? Because that don't look right. Okay, yeah, we gotta get past here on the dollar. And I'm not saying this for the sake of Bitcoin, because our dollar is important right now. This might not be something to keep looking at. What you doing? What are you doing? Let me just see. I'd rather you stay exactly like you are. Looking forward to hold this trend line right here. I'm going to delete that. Don't want to see us breaking below where we are already for this year, as the year is getting closer to coming to an end. Want to maintain that. I want to break above the resistance in here. And then I guess we would start to look in here somewhere. Maybe that was why I had the price note in here. What is this? Oh, what was that? Just trying to see. At the end of the day, we got to get above the resistance from the previous year low. Yeah. And that is just all to it. Why did this fail so hard? Yeah. No. It's already done. We need to recover on our dollar, though. I was trying to see if this was probably like a inverse head and shoulder or something like that. I'm really not getting that vibe. Just, we just got to get above here. And it's important. If I wasn't doing it like this probably would have been it right here. I just wanted to see how I would normally do it, or might tend to do it. All I know is if the dollar rejects and comes back down into here, probably won't hold it another time. Probably wouldn't. And what I was looking at before, with trying to make it into a parallel, that could be where it taps back into. It could be that. But right now, there is a range to be played in here on the dollar. And until we break out of that range, we got nothing. Break out to the upside. It's above the resistance lows in here. Yep, that is our range. Makes sense. Just looking at the inverse correlation. All right. Yeah. Again, nothing happening with Bitcoin. Um, oof, this is stuck. My PC is stuck, and I've probably been running my mouth. Um, and it hasn't wanted to move from the Hedera chart. I have been running my mouth thinking that I am on a different chart, and I have not been. And all I can do is apologize for that because my PC has been stuck. It has been stuck. Oh my gosh. All right. I am so sorry. Um, it appears that my screen was stuck over here. And I'm just going through the charts. I've gone through Forex. I've gone through the stock market, which, oh my gosh, this is terrible. This is terrible. Solana got that pop up. Yay. Geez, did it even show Solana? I don't know anymore. I don't know. And this Hedera, oh my gosh, let's see. It wasn't even Ethereum. I am so sorry. I can't I cannot apologize enough. I can't. Oh gosh. All right. I'm so sorry. I can't go back through it either. I appreciate you for being here. I'm going to reset my PC because I need to because um, I'm screwing up. I need to reset my PC um, and rehash out my data. I can't move anything right now. I see my mouse moving. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Let's see. And if it didn't catch Zcash, I did enter the long position on Zcash, thinking that this could potentially be an inverse head and shoulder. And I like the way that it was holding the low that's down here. So I did enter the long on this. I entered late off of this candle right here. So looking for the break up and out. This is the measured move for the inverse head and shoulders right here. Potentially even coming back into here to back test this resistance point through here. Um, that is 370. If it manages to do this much, at least it will change market structure a little bit. Remember, hold on for a second. Sorry about that. This would be the measured move here on it. If it does get the breakout, that's also going to help change the market structure within here too. I put this line up here. You probably could move it more for something like this right here. It just paired pretty good with me putting it up here, but this is more so of a pivot. So I'm just going to switch it. I think that raised it up a little bit, and that's fine because you still have this horizontal line in here, which would be the neckline for the potential inverse head and shoulder formation here. Didn't quite come down here, just a little bit more than it would have been at the VWAP that I shared with you in the messages, and also what you were seeing here on the chart um, on Zcash. Stop it, little thing, little cursor. PC is killing me. It's killing me. If it does fail, you know, just continue to look at what we were looking at before, which would be um, back into here, and also where it's gonna load really slow till I shut down this PC. Okay, you see where VWAP. I mean, it came very close, very 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 close into tapping into that VWAP. Very 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 close into tapping into it. And this is over the lifespan of Zcash. That's what this VWAP is over the lifespan of it. So nice little doji for the head and inverse potential inverse head and shoulder. The change of behavior was when it first got the close outside of this trend line right here because it had not done that before. So stickler for change of behavior. Doesn't have to change structure all the time, but change of behavior is sometimes helpful in identifying the direction of the market. So that's that. That was that on so Ethereum. Yeah, the rest of the market basically the same. The rest of the market is also showing um, some sort of a head and shoulder breakout. You know, inverse head and shoulder breakout is what the rest of the market is showing too. This was the measured move here for the one for Ethereum. Looking forward to come back in again and back test from this head and shoulder breakdown that it got in here. Looking forward to come back into that. That was what from this low up to the neckline measured out to it coming back up here for at least a back test into the head and shoulder breakdown. And I don't know why that was on Hedera again. I'm just kind of screwing up. That's that. Market's pretty, I mean, pretty bearish on ZEC right now. Monero was the other one, but let me just get down here to it and see. I was talking about Monero coming back into the trend line earlier when we started the stream. And this just so happened to be an old trend line. As I mentioned, it's an old trend line from it's this old trend line right here. But you can see how much interaction it has given to this trend line right here. So that's why I put it here to look at it. But again, I think that all of this in here is resistance. That's between 469 to 517. You can see exactly where it rejected from right there. That's extremely deviated, and I showed you here off the 6-month time frame. Here, sorry, you can't see it now, but you see what the rejection took place at right there. It's extreme deviation right here. And then of course you saw the trend line that goes up through here as well. So it has not come below this low. So as it is getting uh that little pullback here, um, I wouldn't be looking for it to do any more than this right here, since it seems to like it. It looks different every time frame you push out on it. Looks slightly different. The trend line does, but if it didn't hold there, then this would be the new setup for it to come in into here. It's a 4-hour time frame, so that's 20 at right here. So maybe about 333. Maybe about 333 if it does. I didn't consider a fib on it, but I will put one here just in case. And what I showed you earlier as well was Monero against Bitcoin. Put you on the daily. Monero a bit against Bitcoin. You can see the Monero. It's already, somewhat hitting some resistance against Bitcoin. But we've seen that play with Zcash as well. Not quite tapping into here. And I just did everything immediately into how high I thought it would get against Bitcoin. And I left the rest of it out. So I didn't take into account anything up here. Just everything down to the undertone here, or the lows in here. If at some point it does decide to break out here. I'm just kind of thinking that Monero will have a hard time with, given how extended it already was when it got that rejection. This is not allowing me to move. Okay, there it goes. It sucks. Oh, that's Uni. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see why that was looking different. It just looks different. Okay. It just looks different. All right. So that could be an entry for Monero. Otherwise, like I said, I would lean more towards this trend line in here. But yeah, personally, I would. This was really overextended. Really, really, really overextended. And there was nothing else. Dang, that Solana would have been good. Solana would have been good. Move chart. The market's gonna open up soon, and I'm gonna so country. Hopefully this week is a good week. Damn, double top on Microsoft. But just hit back through this real quick because, it's 8:49 my side. Market's going to open up relatively soon. You're already seeing the rejection right here. Strong put activity. A lot of shorts. A lot of shorts. Ton of shorts. Jeez. Ton of shorts on Google at the moment. I still favor this structure, but if it does break down, I'm looking down here all the way down here. You have this trend line in here first. Um, but I much so favor 286 somewhere down in here again. Did start out with the breakup. Do still have the pattern formation that is ranging in between. If you wanted to give this another shot right here, it has been holding every time. It has been holding, so it's something to consider if you're interested in it and you think that this right here will happen first for the push up. Otherwise, if you see it starting to lose this, then yeah, I'm in favor of the 286 down here. 286, 285 as a potential target for Google to the downside. And let me just push through again, just see what everything else is looking like before market opens. All right, Apple trend line right here. I'm not considering this little extra little wick outside of this right here. That's not being taken into consideration. So Apple looks really, really good. But if it does reject here, then I will be looking down here. Wherever it seems to want to land in here. I didn't do in oh, I did. Let me see what this was looking like on the year. Yeah. I mean, probably won't do that one. It's hitting this one right now. It's 6 months. Just based on that, let me just say, because it's in mad euphoria, if it does break above the trend line in here, Apple, I would start to favor a much stronger push up here. But if you see it rolling back down this line right here, then let's just do this one. You do see it rolling back down this line here, then I would start to look somewhere in here around this high in here as potential support. 257, lose 257, then I would be looking down here. I don't know how likely it is to do something like that right now. The chart looks really strong. Chart looks rather strong, but this would, of course, these highs in here be a point of interest, and it will also coincide with this. Price action more than likely is moving in harmony between these two right now. So it's either going to trade above here or it's going to come back in and trade down to here. It's about 257. It's probably what you're looking at here. If I didn't cover that earlier, starting to see NVIDIA push up and above here. So hopefully that is the case. This was tightening the volatility happening in here. So if this is an actual breakout, again, I am looking towards 190 here for NVIDIA. Going into market open, 190. We failed, and I started to look back down here about 165, potentially 165 if I'm lucky. 160. I don't know how that's luck, but that's what I would be looking for. 190 to 165. Let's just leave it at that. If you see it deviating beyond 165 then 160, but 190 to 165 could be the range for today. 180 has basically been like where we've been. It's been a wall for NVIDIA. Somewhere around 180 has been a wall. You can see the little spikes that where we push up above it, but about 180 has been a wall for it. And then Tesla in here. Maybe it gets here. Maybe it gets there. It is outside of this trend line right here at the moment, but using this little small space right here, if you see it fall over, this little small space in here, I don't know that it would come back in this low at 390 or something like. No, that would take some time. That would take some time. About 400 maybe. Maybe 400. And I did flirt with the idea here on this. See if I still have it. I don't. I did flirt with the idea of this right here just because it didn't actually touch it either one of these times right here where it came up. And I probably would not have done this if that was it. I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, it seems to be working though, huh? I wouldn't have looked at that. I would have gone with the lowest point in here, which is this one right here. So maybe because it's already at this, I'm just going to not think about this one right here. But that is a pretty decent rejection area. I was really pushing for this right here since it had not touched it. If it did, I mean, which would line up with what I'm looking at here for the, if this is a wedgie structure looking to break down anyway, and fall back in here, then I guess, yeah, somewhere about 400. Otherwise, you see an explosive break above any other resistance in here. And it might come back into 467 or push slightly above 467. I think that was the delete button I hit. If it deletes. Okay. And I don't think that there was anything. Yeah. Circle is managing to hold right now, getting a little bit of a push up right here. We'll see how that goes. Circle still has to get past the resistance in here. I think for the most part that there is a chance that Circle could come back up here and back test this trend line right here. We're so far off from it right now that I'm not going to get my hopium up like that. But Circle sold off pretty bad, round tripped everything. So long interest has been coming in on it. I just left this like I had it for in the event that this was the inverse head and shoulder and the measured target in here. If I need to change it, I'll change it, which would be me changing this into some sort of a bear flag. And we just see it fall over. There was nothing else. Yeah, nothing else. Not even close to tapping this line just yet, but nothing else. And that was it. That was it. The only other thing I shared in here came from Forex, and I just looked at if this opens up, and I'm gonna get off the stream so I can get myself ready for the trading day. Bitcoin look like it's trying to start out strong. My computer's frozen again. But Bitcoin looks like it's trying to start out strong before market opens right here now. Starting to move a little bit more. Only other thing that I incorporated that I usually don't get into was coming here. Forex, which is something I might dabble with today over on BTCC. I'm still in my NVIDIA long from the 170 call from Friday. I've already taken some profit on that, so I don't have that much left in it, which is why I'm saying if I'm lucky for the 160, I'll probably go a little harder. This doesn't want to switch up. Okay. The only other thing I covered in here was I was looking at the dollar, and I was just sharing with you that the dollar has been stuck in between the previous year low, which is here, and then the low of the year so far. So that is what we've been at, which the previous year low was just a resistance in here. And you could use it inverse to the rest of the market. Like, I mean, my favorite is GBP and the euro, of course. Those are the British pound and the euro are my two favorites to get in here and trade if I'm going to trade something. And I think JPY might be the next one. Yeah. So one of these three is what I usually would get into. And then I just blocked it using the line chart. That's what I did in here. And I did it from the monthly. No, I did not do it from the monthly. Hold on. Come here, girl. I did it from the I did it from the daily, I believe. I did it from the daily bias because that line, yeah, I did it from the daily bias. Yeah, I used the daily bias. That's what I used. Daily bias low there, and then you can see the line chart daily bias low here. That's what I did to look for, to use an inverse to the British pound and the euro, to use an inverse to that, as opposed to the what we're having troubles with right now with our dollar. We need to get above the resistance here, which is the yearly, the like I said, the 1 year low here. We need to get above that previous year low. Otherwise, we're just ranging sideways, which is why I decided to trap it like that too, which is how I view the British pound and everything else is based on its ranges in here. So you can see the inverse correlation between what we were just looking at with the dollar, because it's against the dollar. It's the British pound against the dollar, which is performing way sharper right now. Way sharper. On the macro, how I look at it. But we're far from anything like that now. At the start of the year, I did highlight this. At the start of the year, I actually did highlight this because it's a good time to get long on it right here. And also, we're above the cloud for the first time too. Nice drop in the cloud, bringing both the euro and the British pound in strong positions for the year. So that's done now. But once it gets into here, once it manages to get there, which would take forever, forever to happen, it might be short, might be a long short, might be a year to 2 year long short. Okay, once that does happen, which this is the range right now. So if you're in it from anywhere down from right here, at least from the start of the year, then you still got time to go for it to get up here. And aside from that one, the euro, I do the same thing with the euro. This was the start of the year, and here off of the euro, both of them really showed strength at the start of the year based on the cloud. And anyway, just me using that one indicator, QTD, they both showed resilience. So I'll probably mess around mess around with this a little bit today. Outside of that, it's nothing. Soul has already made its move above that neckline. Bitcoin is already showing some sort of a strength. Zcash, if it plays out, it is struggling because a lot of people are either taking profit, which is great, taking profit or taking losses. Okay, and taking profit is great. It's great if you're managing to take profit on Zcash. Everything else is the same. Some sort of an inverse head and shoulder potentially playing out across the board, which is why this week could end up being a good week. I didn't really hear anything from JP um, Jerome Powell's speech yesterday that would have me in awe for the market doing this, but we have sold off quite a bit, and Bitcoin is at a place of support, at a really good place of support. So yeah, this was the golden pocket yesterday. We recall that golden pocket. And a large volume area here around the 85,000 as well. Large volume area, which is the money, the money, the money. Because when we came down, I don't think that we respected it. We didn't respect it coming down. I think too many people were waiting on it or something. I can't recall if we did or not. Uh, I dropped this on the. I could have sworn I dropped this earlier. I don't know why. Oh no, I dropped it over here. I dropped it to match here um, to this new point where we got the bounce from. I moved it over here on the monthly. I didn't move it on the weekly. You can see how it was, and you can see it from the weekly time frame how it was too. But I moved it to match up with this right here, just in case, because it's sitting right here with the 26 EMA. It's sitting right here with the 26 EMA. And you can see how we came back into that 26 EMA again right there. So I just moved it just in case because I was, the trend line was making me a little nervous sitting like this. And you can see how we just kind of spilled over it ever so slightly. But I was saying that we needed to hold that yesterday on the pull down. You didn't want to see price breaking below that. Not yesterday. You really didn't want to see it. You didn't want to see it. And we ended up tipping it just a little bit, but just trying to get the rest of this right here. If we're gonna do this right here like we did before, bounce off of the 26 EMA, get some sort of a relief bounce back up into here. I was looking in here, which is slightly above. I mean, it did come above it right here as well. Turn that off so we can see. You can see how it did. It did come above the moving averages in here too. The first time too. And every time we push up a little bit more, you can see how it averts that cross right there between that 5 and that 10. 5 and the 10. And then once we get our move back up here, probably look like some sort of a head and shoulder formation. And then we get to break down into here to golden pocket into where we have the 60. I use a 60 EMA right here. Not looking for that. Not looking for this go round. Just looking for in here this go round. So we'll see. But very important that we're holding through here. So you might want to drop your trend line if you had it initially on this right here. Just so you can get out of your own head too, because that puts me in my own head. I really don't want to see this golden pocket tap. I really don't want to see that. Not right now. And it wouldn't hold in my opinion. We would just blast right through it, in my opinion. when the golden pocket worked, it wasn't here. I already have this mapped out. Let's see. So the golden pocket didn't get tapped there. And it didn't get tapped there either. We just, I mean, it got a little small reaction there, but it just dropped right through there. It just dropped straight through it. And did what it would normally do, which is about the 786 to the 0.886. But I'm not looking for this time. That's a no bueno. Not looking for that this time. Just looking for this. This is going to be way different if we're, I mean, and I guess because we changed market structure, we came up differently than we would normally come up for the cycle. And that could be the difference in what we're seeing again here now. For why I say we don't do the 786.886 again. We don't come in between here this time. And be a huge rollover from here. It'd be a terrible ish RSI. RSI would be a disaster. It would be a disaster. It'd be something we never seen before. Terrible. It would be terrible. And we're usually not going far from this. We're not going far from this, from the 60. We're not going far from the 60. So something changed in here. At least I'm hoping something changed, and that's going to be our low. 50K low. In fact, let me just, I don't even want to see you. I just want us to hold in here. Just hold in here. And that's all we got. That's all we got. This was a little rising structure last night. I saw it bounce off of here, and then it started doing all kinds of stuff through here. So don't need that anymore. That's the inverse over here on Biddy. I hate when I see a wick, like the wickety wicks. The wickety wicks. See what I would do. I want to say this. That's the neckline. Let's just get as good as we can get off of it. I'm going to do it like that. No. Yeah, I'm going to do it like this. Off the line bias. I can't trust it. Hold on. Let me move this. I can't trust the wicks. That was a big wick. So back into the lows. And that line is straight. No manipulation on that drawing whatsoever. I assure you. It's back in the 90,000. Doing it my way. You can do it the other way if you want to. Zcash ain't having no luck. I'm not taking that L. I'm not taking that L. I'm gonna move that stop. Because if it's not gonna make it, it's not gonna make it, and still have the, yeah. I just moved my stop on that and let it just stop me out. I don't want to be in it. because I still think the golden pocket, not the golden pocket, but the that range down there, if it's gonna fail, then it's just gonna go back down there and actually test the range that I was looking at the first time. And I just don't want to be in it if it can't find strength. I said I wasn't going to get in it until it broke market structure. Then I lied and I jumped in it anyway. But I just don't feel like taking the L on it. So if it plays out, it plays out. It hasn't violated that low that I originally had my stop loss for, but I moved it. I'm just being transparent. I moved it. I don't like it. I don't like it showing the weakness already against the rest of the market. So I just closed it out. And that's that. All right. That's basically what it just did. Instead of continuing to show any sort of strength with the potential of that head and shoulder formation, it decided to turn down, and I said no. So yeah, well, I was looking for this to do just like everything else, and when it did this, it was a no-go for me. So I don't care what it does at this point. I don't care if it does come up here and tap in. I don't care for it. I'll just wait for it down here. And that's it. That's it. Bitcoin is going. Solana's going. Ethereum's going. The rest of the market is probably going, and Zcash is doing that. But Zcash pumped up what, over 1,000% ridiculous numbers. It might just hit 90. It might just hit 90, 92, 93, whatever that measure move was. It might just hit that. Hoping that it wouldn't, but it's not doing what everything else is doing. That much I know. So it's not doing everything else. They got an inverse head and shoulder. You see how they're performing? XRP inverse head and shoulder. Nice break up and gone with the wind. A crow, nice inverse head and shoulder. Everything got it. And Zcash wants to come back like that. I just can't. I can't. Sui, inverse head and shoulder. Gone with the wind. BNB, inverse head and shoulder. Gone with the wind. ADA, gone with the wind. And then we got Zcash. This one right here was this is a monster right now. Hype. And that's what Zcash wants to do. I can't. I don't even know why I'm better right now. Algo. Um, which I am holding Algorand spot and it got a tail handed to it, but some good news, some good stuff, good reports on Algo in terms of how it will be able to perform against. Now I'm gonna have a brain fart. I'm so having a brain fart now. Quantum computing. Yeah, quantum computing. But you go, Algo. Let's see what it does. Yeah, everything that had a head and shoulders on it, inverse head and shoulders on it, is doing good. Everything doing good. And then there's Zcash. The heck? This doesn't have one. Virtual. Interesting. Birch doesn't have one. Low liquidity. All right. Did you have one? Not that I would take it right now. Doesn't. I'm still chopping around our trend line in here. Chopping around at this trend line. I'm going to do it for the most touches as opposed to that wick. Privacy tokens about the only thing that doesn't have it. And Uni must be putting in bear deals or something, is it? Is you my baby? No, it wasn't. Had a nice RSI on this 15-minute time frame. Might just keep trucking. Uni looks good. Whatever broadening situation it had going on in here, it is broadening. This isn't changing. I said I was about to go, and I'm going to go 10 minutes till market opens. I need to be ready for the market. I love you, and I appreciate you for being here with me today. I really do. Yeah, this is so messy. So messy. But you can see the broadening formation in here on this thing. Sort of let me switch this back to this. Let me see. It's going to be I want it to capture it from back here, but it's going to make it hard for me to do that. But what I can do, just off of the line chart, it's some sort of a broadening situation. Turn the magnet back on. Yeah, you see that in here. So probably look for some sort of resistance in here. That if you don't get resistance in there, then just look for it to keep going. Oh yeah, I look for it to keep going. It's not bad. Be late to the party trying to jump in on something like this now, but that's probably about what it does. Can always play the breakout. And use a ascending trend line as long as it doesn't let me see. Probably have to change this structure a little bit in here. Yeah. More so something like that. See that low. As long as it's not deviated too far away from here, you can see that. I would just use the trend line as a stop loss, ascending trend line, because if it pulls back against you, if you play the breakout on it, or if you took it from here, yeah, you want to have your stop loss just below the trend line in here. So if it's breaking down below this trend line, then you know it's done for. You know it's done for. I wouldn't do it like this because it's already started to, momentum is increasing on it, and therefore the best trend line to use is the one from here, following along with the momentum. Or see the EMAs, probably be the same thing as the trend line, basically. When it decides it wants to load, and then I'm gonna call it quits. That's like 6 minutes before market opens. Yeah, trend line is gonna be better because this is too far down here. So where the 10 is at least, will have to be your stop. Because if it's rolling back below that, then it's breaking, potentially breaking momentum. Or get short. or short it. Or short it from here. It didn't go that low the last time, so I probably wouldn't look for it to get that low. But if it does, let's say, or short it, 1% stop loss. It's not gonna match up to it perfectly. If you see it break above here and roll back in, like with the little wicks in here, or just take it, might be a short instead of a long. Might be a short instead of a long. Just sliding that out the way. Because if you're longing and then it doesn't work, you've already missed the entry. I'm just going to pretend that it was this right here. Let's just say it does successfully break out of here. It'll probably struggle right there. It might struggle right there. And that's a 1 point. No, we got to move that. Still have to be looking for something like a 1% stop loss, but it's a little bit too close for the 10 EMA in here. A little bit too close for that 10 EMA. Bitcoin still pushing. Solana still pushing. Ethereum still pushing. Yeah, Solana's still going, baby. Go on, Solana. I already see it sniffing around right there. Sniffing around at 200. So maybe you got a better chance if it comes back into here. It likes the. I wouldn't want to see it come back. And it likes that 10 EMA. It keeps holding above this 10 EMA. You probably be all right to see if you could potentially get it up here to this 1,000, no, 400 EMA right here. Um, Otherwise, it's a short for the megaphone, a broadening formation right here. Yeah. Middle of the range is never all that great anyway, especially coming into resistance. Too close to resistance. I'm gonna leave it like that though. Yeah, Bitcoin continuing to look good. Solana continuing to hold ground. And Ethereum continuing to push forward. So that's nice. I don't like this little doji in here, but that's nice. And to be expected, some sort of reaction at that 200 right there. And then Zach just still chopping about that 60. But if Zach can get past all of this right here, I'm just gonna sit out. I'm gonna sit out. Yeah, I'm gonna sit out for now. It does have the ability to push up to that 200, but I'm just not feeling it right now. I'm not feeling it right now. You zoom out, bad. Looks bad. If you zoom out, looking at it right from here, from this perspective, it looks bad. Go out any further. I like that as as being a magnet back into that, but just looking at it right here, you see where you're capping out at the 5, capping out at the 5, which would coincide with that little trend line. Let me make sure it does. No, that's trend line is above that. So I guess just right here. That's 60. I don't know why I keep bothering with this thing. Why do I? I didn't like it. That squeeze. So it's looking for an explosive move. It's looking for it. And whatever I look at down here is probably not going to play out. It's probably not going to play out. Where is she at? It's right here. It says down. It says down, but all right, I'm gone. I'm done saying I'm gone and still being here. I'm gone. Market is open. Market is open. I stayed on here and let the market open up on me. Check back on NVIDIA real quick. Apple. All right. My baby looking good over here. That's what I wanted to check on the video. 190, I'm banking on it. As long as this thing doesn't fail us now. 190, here we come. 190, here we come. Oracle. Oof. We had the trend line. We had the trend line on Oracle. We had it. Let's see if we can't get the breakout here. That would be great. Breakout, take out. Don't reject, please. I hope it doesn't reject. And get some hope in here off this Oracle play. Meta rejection. We talked about that. What did we say? What did we say? We said watch this trend line right here, though. Let me move. Hold on. I didn't mean to move that one. I'm going to put that back. I wanted to move this one. Let me make sure that's right. And I didn't just exaggerate that. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I didn't exaggerate. I want to make sure the line was how the line needed to be. And the only thing else I said here was probably we get that higher, get a higher low, maybe. If it fails this trend line, if it fails it, it has to fail it. Okay, that is confirming. That is confirming. I may not have to leave that as pending anymore. And the sad part about it, though, is the candle's still live. As long as the candle is live, it has the ability to actually move. I'm going to say it's confirming. Doesn't mean it can't put in some sort of bullish divvy, though. I'm just going to assume that it is confirming. I'm going to move it. Back there. We'll see how it goes, peeps. Just didn't want to have the noise on, so I just moved it back there. So it might be short. I'm not shorting. I'm not shorting. If anything, Meta is still a good buy. It's just an opportunity to look to continue with the move. And that was it. So Tesla, circle, still holding. Yeah, that was it. That was it. All right. Yep, that's it. Market's open. I need to jump into some sort of a trade or something and leave Zcash alone. Zcash is going to pump now that I don't want to touch it anymore. All right. Yep, that's it. Have a nice day. I can't even end my stream because I have to reset my